testing a new game called Infection Free Zone. It just released for early access, I think, yesterday or early today. Let me check. April 11th, 2024. Okay, yesterday. And not only are we going to be doing that, we're also going to be taking pre-calc once I find the right dude.
Welcome to the start of pre-calculus, or college algebra if you're in one of those two.
We already did this one.
Hi, welcome to another video. In this video, we're going to continue talking about functions, but not really just what they are, how to evaluate them. And we're going to go past just the whole plug in a number. We're going to see how to evaluate them for different expressions, and sometimes we call that composition of functions. So this is exactly what we're going to be talking about later on in the class when we say, let's compose some functions. But right now, we're going to look at it under the lens of composition. So the main ideas I'm trying to get across to you is that evaluating a function takes a function and replaces the variable, the independent variable, with something else, whether it's a number or another expression. It just replaces it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the variable, open it up with a blank space. We'll talk about that. We'll plug in something into that, and then we'll simplify. Also, what I want to look at as we're going through this is are there times when there are some numbers that we can't plug in, and you've chosen it, and you say, I want to plug this in, and then the function doesn't let you because it deals with either an imaginary number or some sort of a discontinuity, something that says, I can't even get something out of here, it's undefined. So we're going to look at that. So I'm trying to open your eyes to how to evaluate, how to do the same exact thing when we're evaluating numbers or other expressions with variables in them, how to simplify those things,
just
and
to
then
make
also
sure I'm not abusing.
a little bit about domain. We're going to start exploring how the domain works. The last example is really important. The last example, because this is a pre-calculus class, right, a college algebra, which leads right into it anyway, we're going to look at something called the difference quotient. And it's a very, very important concept in the first part of Calculus 1 when we talk about the slope of a curve at a point. The difference quotient, when we take a limit of that, is what gives us that idea. It's called derivative, and you deal with it exclusively in Calculus 1. Almost exclusively in Calculus 1. So let's start looking at evaluation of functions. Before we go on to just plugging things in, I want to tell you and show you why we have two different notations that represent the same thing. So for instance, y equals negative 7x plus 5, or f of x equals negative 7x plus 5. Like just saying. Y equals 3/2 x minus 1, or g of x equals 3/2 x minus 1. These two functions, and likewise these two functions, I think our functions, notice no square root with weird plus and minuses, no y squared, nothing to solve for. These are all functions. These two functions and these two functions respectively represent the same exact thing. The reason why we prefer to have function notation is twofold. Number one, it's so that we can distinguish it. I think I made a joke about Jim in the last video. Like, if everyone's named Jim, you'd say, hey Jim, what? If every function was named y, it'd be very hard for me to distinguish between them. Now, ignoring these that I use the same exact letters, let's say that I just look at this and say, hey, check out the function f of x. There's no ambiguity as to what I'm talking about. I am talking about that function. Or say, look at the function h of x. We're talking about that function. Or look at the function g of x. We're talking about this function. It names them by a name, f or g or h. Not a great name, just one letter, but it names them by a function. And not only that, it's more descriptive of what you're dealing with. When you see a function letter followed by a variable, it's telling you what the independent variable is that you're looking at. So it says, hey, there's going to be a function, I'm going to identify it by this letter
This
f.
is wild.
And more than that, it's going to be dealing with the variable x.
What does question mark
this
mean?
is the variable I'm going to look for. The second reason, and
What are the red areas?
is that it's more expressive in what it lets you do when you're evaluating. So if I tell you plug in 2, you can all plug in 2, or let x equal 2, or evaluate the function for 2.
Oh my god, this is a real map. I don't want to do my area. Alright.
Can I plug in 2? Absolutely, I can. We get negative 7 equals, let's see, A6 is negative 13, negative 14.
Okay, well, it recommended
To negative 9.
this area.
Great, y equals negative 9. That's perfectly fine. We plugged in number 2, we got out an answer, or output, negative 9. We could plot that point to negative 9. It's great. But this function notation gives us a bit
I want
more.
that area.
You see, and here's the whole thing we're going to be doing, so please watch this, it's not trivial. When I give you this notation, f of 2, that f of 2 tells you exactly what to do. I don't even need that phrase. It says, I want you to look at the function f. Got it. I want you to look at what the variable is. Oh, x's. Okay, cool. And that's why there's x's over here. And I want you to replace this x with 2. Notice the notation. The notation literally tells you what to do. It says, in the function f, replace your variable with 2. Here's the function f with the variable x. It says, I want you to replace that variable with 2 wherever you see it. So it's more descriptive of what it wants us to do. It says, hey, I want you to replace the variable with 2. That's negative 7 times 2 plus 5. No problem. It's the same exact math, guys. It's the same thing as we've done, but it's describing it better. And then it says, hey, when you plugged in the 2, you got out 9. It says, here's your function. I want you to replace the variable with 2. No problem. I replaced the variable with 2. It showed me not only what I get out of it, but also what I plugged in. We sort of lose that over here. So, sorry. We sort of lose that over here, don't we? So unless you read back and knew what you plugged in, and you were just given this information, you would not know what you plugged in. You would not know your input. This notation gives us both the input and it gives us the output.
The world as we know it
and if you read
is
it
gone. What we called the mad virus appeared out of nowhere. It made people turn extremely violent, aggressive, and unrestrainable. Soon later, the infected became bloodthirsty, more like vampires than human. There was chaos, panic, and war for survival. Desperate people were just as dangerous as the virus itself. Even our loved ones could become a threat. The infection spread quickly throughout the entire globe. Every region, every country, every city. Drastic measures were taken to get rid of the infected, but they all failed. The last chance for those who seemed immune was to hide in underground shelters, ones that we improvised in garages and basements, loaded with food, water, and air filtration systems. These were the places where we survived, sealed from the outside. For so long, we waited for any signal, any info that a cure had been found, and the situation stabilized. Instead, we listened as the world grew quiet. Our resources were becoming depleted. Life support systems were failing. And just as we were losing all hope, we received a distant call.
To all survivors, the infection is in decline. Seek others and rebuild.
This was the impulse we needed. There were others out there. We could come back to the surface. No more hiding. From the ruins of the old world, we will build our new home.
Push to talk. Oh boy. Historical Society. Let's see. West Elizabeth. East Elizabeth. Oh yeah. Heck the old folks home. That place doesn't exist anymore. That's a church. That actually is a restaurant. Relief and Resource Company. Interesting. Oh, cool. The Fenton Pub. We're gonna do the pub.
To all survivors, the infection will decline. Seekers and rebuild.
What do you mean decline?
This, the infection will decline. Seekers and rebuild.
This is the infection-free zone. Please respond.
To all, the infection is in decline. Seek others and rebuild.
That face looks like it came straight from I Am Legend. So I guess that means I'm gonna be legend.
To write, it will give you your ordered pair as well. So again, the reason why we use this is because we can talk about different functions on the same page and understand that they each have a name and they're not all just Y or Jim. And also, it's much more descriptive. It tells you what your independent variable is, it tells you what you want you to put in for it, and then it tells you the script that you want to go out. So this says, I had an input of
Hello?
2, I had
Please
an output
respond.
of
Over.
-9, and it's giving us a order.
Yeah, it's not gonna give me anything
Those are
useful.
reasons why we use notation. It allows us to manipulate our evaluation a lot nicer. It gives us
Oh, I
something
hear
to
me.
which to do this. So here's what we're going to do.
Okay, we're done. We're done. Stop.
Seekers and
Numbers that don't work. So some domain issues. Can we plug in things other than just numbers? Can we evaluate for other functions? That's composition, and yeah, we can. And what's the best way to do that? So let's take a look at that. Let's consider h of x. So let's say, hey, I got a function whose name is h. I have an independent variable x. And that's why we see all these x's over here. That's the independent variable that we're going to evaluate. We're going to replace that. And just like we replaced this x of 2, we want to replace this x with
the infection is in decline. Seek others and rebuild.
Whoever is giving you this stuff is telling you what to do. It's just me. So this says, I want you to look at this function and replace the x with -1 for the first part, or -x for the second part, or
infection is in
x
decline.
plus 1 for the third part.
Seek others and rebuild.
Before we go any further, it's really common for students to try to do all of this in their head. I get it. We don't spend a lot of time on it.
Chief,
But
this is the same transmission we received before, but the signal is
So I'm
even
gonna give you
weaker.
a really,
Our
really
walkie-talkies are
clear
not
way
powerful
on
enough for
how to write
long-range
this first
communication.
two-step process.
We have to
How
build a
write the
large
function
antenna.
first,
A
select
local
all the
library or
values.
university would be a good
Please
place
follow
to
this. I
search
promise
for
it won't
information
happen
on
just
how to
tomorrow.
make it work.
What are we essentially going to do? Yeah, we're going to put -1 here and here. Yeah, we're going to put -x here and here. We're going to put x plus 1 here and here. But the way that we do this and structure it ahead,
Let's go
can
there.
help if we do it the following way. So what I know in functions is that the variable is the only replaceable thing that we have. And so if we want to replace it, well, maybe we start by
Waiting
giving
orders.
it a blank space.
Roger.
Like Taylor Swift, right? She's got a lot of blank spaces.
Waiting orders.
And I'll write your name. So
We're
what
on
we're
the
going to
move.
do is we're going to replace that variable with just a blank space that allows us to plug something into. Man, you know what? That's the way math works anyway. These variables are plug-inable. So if we take this -2x squared plus
Ready for
x
action.
minus 1,
On my
you see
way.
the -2 is not something I can ever change, but my variable, the thing that can vary, is x. And if I take that x and I say, hey, That's the only thing in this function that I can actually replace.
Reporting.
Let's keep it blank for now. In your head right now, I need this and this to be exactly the same
house
thing.
is
For
infected.
instance, if you were to plug in the value 1, you would put it here and here. If you were to plug in the value 1,
Sir.
you put it here and here. And you would put
Sir.
exactly the
You
same
won't
thing.
believe
Does
what
that
just
make sense to
happened.
you?
One of the
If the
infected
variables
just followed
one
us
thing to plug in
outside.
for, then I can
Into the
replace it
sun.
for this plug-in
But what's
spot,
worse,
this blank
He
space.
seemed to
that
know
we can
exactly
edit
what he was
in.
doing.
That's important.
It took him a moment to
Why
give
do
up,
we
but
use
then he
parentheses
returned to the darkness.
every time?
What the hell is going on?
Parentheses maintain operations. So like they maintain multiplication, they maintain exponents. They also maintain signs. So we can
Better
plug
get
in
back there
negatives
and
that
kill
maintain
it.
that for us. So the first step when we're
Operator.
evaluating, look at your function.
Take him down!
I didn't even care it's here right now. Look at your function and replace your variable with a blank space. Give it some sort of parenthetical expression. Replace it with a blank space. So -2, got it. X, no, blank space. Squared, yes, this stands for X squared. And if you wanted to write all math as blank spaces instead of variables, you could. It'd just get really awkward. So we kind of use a variable to represent a blank space. That's what they mean. They can take any value. A blank space can take any value. Same stuff. Plus, x. Now let's give that a blank space because I'm going to plug in something for that. -1, -1. That's a constant. It can't change. Then what we do, once we replace the variable with a blank space, we're going to look at what they want us to put in there. It says right here, it says, I want you to replace x, so in your blank space, put -1, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So we put a -1 everywhere where we have that blank space, and then we evaluate it. Just be careful, okay? Just be careful when you're evaluating. Don't go so fast that you're making mistakes. Follow the order of operations. For instance, we don't want to multiply here. We want to exponent here. So -1 squared is, let's see, +1. +1 times -2 is -2.
Reporting.
Plus -1 minus 1. -2 plus -1, so we did -1 squared is 1. 1 times -2 is -2. Plus -1 minus 1 is -4. What I would like you to do is write that as an ordered pair.
Search
We
done.
had when you were given a real number input, we're given -1. We got
Going
out
there.
-4.
No more to find.
And that will be a point on that graph. That's an upside down
Ready for
variable,
action.
and that's going to be 1 point
On my
on
way.
that graph. So when
Reporting.
you're evaluating, you're just looking
Let's
at it and
do
saying, okay, I'm going to replace the variable with something. It's telling me right here, but the appropriate way to go through it is don't do it in your head. It might be okay for
that
-1, but when
supposed
you
to
get
be
these
frozen water?
expressions, especially
Because that's the
stuff like
Shiawassee
this,
River.
It's really hard to get all of that down all at one time and not make mistakes.
We
So
need a workspace where we can experiment and re-engineer all the pre-pandemic technology. We could store all the books there too. Let's build a research center and assign the most technical minds there.
Ooh, didn't want to do that. Stay there.
So if I
Okay.
want to evaluate
Let's
h
do
for
this.
-x, I'm not even going to look at the -x. Don't let that confuse you. Don't let that ruin your math day, okay? All this says is, take your function h. Okay, ignore the -x. For instance, if I said I don't want you to plug in anything, I want you to leave it blank, completely blank. Whoa, that is a blank space. And I could take this and say, I want -2, and I want an open spot for x. Here's -2, here's an open spot for x.
Real
Plus
talk, this
another
right here is the
open
police
spot
department.
for x, -1. And all it's having to do is say, now I'm going to put whatever's here in here. If there's nothing there, there would be nothing there. That's what the blank space comes from. If it's -x like I wanted, then after creating a blank space for your variable, we're going to take whatever's here, we're going to plug it into the variable spot, or the blank space in our function.
Establish dominance quickly
And lastly, we're going to simplify
by
as much as we
placing
can.
a flag.
So when we simplify
At
that,
my
again,
perimeters.
just like we squared -1, we would square -x. So -x squared, it's -x times -x. Negative times negatives are positive, x times x is x
Are
squared.
those not buildings?
So we get
Nope.
-2x squared.
Can we even... Oh, I can't put it on...
Plus -x. You need to know that when
Wait,
you're
right
adding
here.
a negative, that's the same definition of subtraction. So -2 times x squared minus x minus 1. And that's exactly what this function evaluated for negative x would be. Why do we learn that? Who cares about negative x? Well, in just a while, probably 20 videos, in just a little while, we're going to be talking about even functions and odd functions.
Which one's the restaurant?
Don't worry about it now.
Get up, everyone!
This is how you test for an even
it's
or
that
odd
one.
function or neither. If you plug in negative
Nope,
x,
restaurant's
it
right
gives
there.
you the
Okay.
same exact thing as your function, you have an even function. If you plug in negative x and it gives you every sign opposite as your function,
Oh, cool.
you have an
Oh,
odd
see.
function. If it's a mix-up of those things, you have neither.
We're gonna cook in the
So
restaurant.
if you want to look at it right now, that's the same sign, that's a different sign, that's the same sign, that's a neither. That's not even, that's not odd. That's how you determine it. So that's why we want to be able to do that. We want to be able to plug in negative x and test for even or odd. How about x plus 1? Let's do that. Hey, you know what? You should try it right now. You should take your function, and I'd love it if you could replace your variable with a blank space. So don't worry about the x plus 1. I don't even care what that is right now. Whatever it is, wouldn't I replace the variable with it? Like that's how evaluation works. I did it with negative 1, I would have done it with 0, I did it with negative x. We do the same thing with x plus 1. It's one sort of creature that we're going to put in there. So don't worry about it right now. Create your blank space. So we do negative 2. Blank space squared plus blank space for a variable minus 1. This now represents exactly the same thing as h of x. I just opened up my variable because a variable is the only thing you can plug anything into anyway. Now I look back and say, well, what do you want me to plug in? Well, I want you to replace the variable with x plus 1. So in that blank space...
Sir, the people have reported hearing a lot of noises coming from underground. They're afraid that it could be infected moving through the sewers and tunnels. We need to bolster our defenses and be ready to attack from within, too.
On my way.
Because we're going
Ready
to
for
have
action.
to distribute. And so
We're
when
on the
we're
move,
doing
reporting.
this,
We'll be ready.
when we're doing this, you would square this first, please. Don't give me x squared plus 1. Begging you. You'd have to distribute this first, and then
Why
you
can't I
multiply by
assign
2,
workers?
and then we add x plus 1 and the minus 1. So I'm going to deal with the x plus 1 squared first. X plus 1 squared
That's why.
means x plus 1 times x plus 1. You cannot just give me x squared plus 1. It doesn't work. This is x squared plus 2x plus 1. That's what this
We're
x
running
plus
out of
1
stock.
squared would do. Now, if we take the negative 2 times that,
I don't know what to tell you about
so
the stock lady.
I've taken x plus 1 and squared it. I figured out this expression. I'm now taking that negative 2
Operator. Waiting
plus
orders.
x plus 1 minus 1. I would distribute this first.
Roger.
That's negative 2x squared minus 4x
We're running out of
minus
stock.
4 because, sorry, minus 2 because we are distributing to all of those three terms. Plus x minus plus 1. There's no sign change. There's nothing to distribute.
We're running out of
1.
stock.
Then we can combine our like terms. So that's negative 2x squared minus, let's see. There's no like terms with that. I have a minus 4x with plus x. That's minus 3x. I have a minus 2, a plus 1, and a minus 1. If those are gone, I get a minus 2. This is what this expression would be. So h of x plus 1 works out to a different function. It's a composition of functions and would be exactly that. That's what we mean by evaluating functions. You can do numbers, you can put in expressions, you can put in other functions. It doesn't matter. You can put in whatever. You can put a smiley face if you want to. You can put a smiley face in the front.
Waiting orders.
It doesn't matter. It's just symbols, guys.
Let's do it. Waiting
keep that in
orders.
mind. Hope
We're
you
on
see
the move.
value of that blank space. It will allow you to evaluate anything that you want, even composition functions. What we're going to do now is we're going to move on. And I told you a little while ago that what I'd like you to see is not only how that blank space for evaluating is really nice, but I also want to start exploring something
Clear.
that we deal with in calculus, and some things that will help you see domain issues. That's these two. So I'm going to move a little bit quicker because the fundamental idea is the same. We're replacing the variable with a number or another function.
Operator.
So let's give it a try. I'm still going to be looking
On
at
my way.
hey, how is this one? True or false? This is a
Operator.
non-function because it has a square root. This is a non-function because it has a plus or minus. Yes, that's the one we're looking for. So the square roots themselves are fine. So we have some notation issue that would systematically give us two outputs for input that we'd have a problem. That right there is a function. What I'm asking you to do here is take that function and replace the independent variable x, so that's in two spots, with 5, and then 0, and then 2x, and then x plus h, and then 1. And we're going to learn some things about that. Let's start with the 5. So I'm taking my square root. That can't change. This says,
Stop
don't
working.
even worry about
Start
these
winding
things.
down.
They're all going to
Rest.
look identical. I'm going to replace the variable with some sort of a blank spot, a blank space,
Waiting
so
orders.
that allows me to plug in or evaluate. So this says, hey, x squared minus 3x, or something squared, some new value squared, minus 3 times that same new value. And it tells you right here what to plug in for that, and that's 5. So when we evaluate f of x for 5, we've made our blank spot. We then looked at what that was, plugged in. And 25, square root, the square root's going to be there. 5 squared is 25, minus 15 is 10. This would actually give us an ordered
Search done.
pair. We plugged in 5. We got out the square root of 10. That's a point. Hope you guys get the point. This is something that's going to be on the graph of that square root. It is going to be there. What about 0? Now we're starting to learn a little bit about what you can and can't do. What about 0? If we take the square root of x squared minus 3x, that's a function f, and say, I want you to evaluate that for 0. So I want you to have some blank spaces, something to plug in for. So the same exact thing we just did. Notice all of these are going to look identical. It just depends on what you're plugging in. Keep that in mind. I don't care what this function is, you do it exactly the same way. You're going to replace the variable with a blank spot and plug in what I tell you, or what the function is telling you. Here, it's going to be 0. So I'm going to plug in 0 and 0. And that says, wait a minute, 0 squared is 0, minus 3 times 0 plus 0. That's 0. Is it okay
On my way.
to have the square root of 0? Is that okay? And the answer is yes.
Just wait
The
until I
square root of
find a
0 is
car.
fine. And we can prove that. Because the square root and the square are inverses. If 0 squared gives you 0, then the square root of 0 is also 0. That's fine. 0 squared is 0. Therefore, the square root of 0 is valid. That's a real number. This would give you 0. And so an
Reporting.
ordered pair would be 0
Let's do
and
it.
0. You
We're
plug in
running
0,
out of
you got out 0.
resources.
That's going to be actually the starting point of this graph, or an endpoint of the graph, if you want to call it that. All right, moving on. Hope you're feeling good about it. Try the next one on your own. Try to take this, write the function, give yourself a blank spot,
Reporting.
and plug in that 2x and simplify it. It's good work for you to do. For us, we're going to do it right now. So I'm saying I
Let's
don't
do
really care what this is. I don't care.
We're running
I just
out of
know that I'm going
resources.
to replace the variable with that thing. So I'm going to create this open cavity, this blank spot for me, and I'm going to replace that x or that blank spot with whatever's in this parentheses. So here's 2 parentheses.
We're running out of stock.
This is what you put inside that. Notice it's also in parentheses. That's convenient. So 2x and 2x. And when we simplify that, like I think I told you at the start of the introduction to this series, is that I'm going to try to do several things that I'm teaching you. I'm going to try to remediate. I'm going to try to point out common mistakes. One of those is that when we square expressions that are multiplied together, we need to know that exponents do distribute, but only across
I see. The builders
multiplication
need to
and
finish
division,
building
never
first.
addition, subtraction.
Okay.
That's true for all distribution. Distribution of one mathematical operator is always distributed across
How are you guys
several
doing?
Waiting orders.
just one
There are
letter
some
of it. So
infected
for
around
instance,
here.
exponents distributed
where?
across multiplication and division, while multiplication and division distributed across addition and subtraction. That's the way it works. So yes, we
The
can
City of Fenton
distribute
Fire
that.
Station,
It
okay.
has to go to both the 2 and the x. And you're done. What that's done is just evaluated this function for 2x, or replace the variable with 2x and simplify it. Now, why that? Why that?
That's a railroad.
This is the start of learning about something called the difference quotient. I mentioned a little while ago that the difference quotient
Fire
in
station's
math, it
actually
looks a
right
little different. I'm
here.
gonna do one example once we finish that about how it actually
By the
goes.
park.
How it goes.
Park
and
is right
what you
here.
would do with it when you
This
get
is the old
calculation.
fire hall.
But this is the start of it. So
Fenton Fire Hall, there it
really
is.
proficient at evaluating
It's a
x
restaurant
plus
now.
h in some sort of function. Now, it can look really confusing the first time you see it, and you go,
Horde, spotted!
what's that? What do I do with that? Do I just add H at the end? No. Imagine that this was anything else,
Receiving.
any other number, like 7, or 2x, or whatever, or not even there. What would
Reporting.
you do with it? What would
Let's
you
do
do
it.
with your function if I said
I need you to take the resource.
If I put here, you can put in your function.
Come on.
You create a blank space,
Thank you.
just like what I'm showing you. You create
Take
this
it back to
my way.
HQ.
something squared minus 3 times something. You would give it an open door for your variable so that whatever I tell you, you could then
That's
fill it
known.
in. That would be a great way to do it. So when I tell you I want you to fill in x plus h,
Human.
you don't even
Oh,
place
boy.
4. You do x plus h, and you do x plus h, and you're good to go. Now, it does look funny
And then
because
you
there's
come
more
down
than, it looks like there's more than one
Ready for
variable.
action.
Yep.
We'll talk
Operator,
about the
receiving.
difference what
We're on the
each
move.
really is and what we do with it later, but it looks like there's 2 variables. Can you still simplify it? I hope so. I think so. We should be
Okay,
able
so
to.
they're gonna run out
We
of
should
metal
be
to
able take
scavenge
this
here,
and square it.
which will then turn them into
X plus h times x plus h.
scavenging this one for metal.
Let's see, that's x squared plus 2x
That
h.
should be
You can
good.
do it around x times x is x squared, x plus h, or sorry, x times h, x times h. That's 2
Operator.
x times h plus h squared.
Oh,
here is
come
what
on,
I'm
heal
going to
up.
have for here. So we just squared that, we distributed it, we combined some like terms. Minus, let's distribute that for
Operator.
3x minus 3h. That right there is as far as we can go right now. There's nothing else to do. We're not going to do anything with that right now, but it's good practice on being able to
Reporting.
evaluate. So keep that in mind. It's super important going forward that you can replace a piece of your function, your variables, with another function like x plus h. Last one, and here's where
Ready
we
for
learn a
action.
little bit about domain. Have you tried it yet? I hope you have, at least thought about it. Try plugging in 1 or evaluating this function for 1. So take it and give it a blank space and minus 3 times a blank space. And you go, all right, yeah, that's exactly what we've done every other time. Let's just plug in 1 now. And you go, oh, whoa. 1 squared is 1.
Why does it say that they're... There should be a car somewhere in the residential area.
Possible? It's a trick question. Is it possible? Yes.
Search done.
Is it possible over real numbers? No. So how we're defining
Good
our
job,
domain
boys.
are inputs that give us a real
Thanks.
number output. Since that's not a real number,
Ready for
we
action.
would say that 1 is a
Waiting
problem
orders.
for us. 1's going to be an
There we
issue
go.
because I can't
Oh,
plug
they're
it
not
in
done
and
there?
get a real number,
They are done there.
graphable
They
number
just
out.
need to get more.
When
Operator.
we're talking about graphing functions, that's a problem. So right now,
Receiving.
what I'm trying to build
Roger.
something. I'm trying to build that
I'll have them do the
not every
turnaround.
number is possible to plug in.
We're running out of
We have
resources.
these
That's
domain
great, lady.
issues, and in general, we look for them in 2 spots. One of them is going to be
Oh, is this done?
numbers that give you
Yay.
negatives inside square roots. Not cube roots, that's fine. But numbers that give you negatives inside square roots are going to be problem numbers. They're outside the domain. In general, what do you want? What do you want for square roots? Well, we have to have the inside of the square root 0. So we talked about this one.
Going there.
Or more, 0 or positive. And so we're going to start defining that. Notice what I'm not
Going
talking
there.
about. Here's my note here.
Reporting.
Notice this. How the number 1 is
We're on
a
the move.
positive number. It's
There's
not
nothing
negative.
left.
But when I plug it in, it gives us a radical.
Construction ready.
The inside of the radical that is negative, that becomes negative. That's the problem. So this is an issue right
Did you
here.
say
So
construction
when
ready?
we look for our square roots, we want numbers that make the inside positive. This
Nice.
is a problem for us. So this would be outside of our domain. We can't plug in 1. This would be a non-real number. It's a measuring number. And we can't do that.
Let's do
so
it.
I want to start thinking about that right
On
now.
my way.
Last
When these
thing,
guys are
for
done
goodness
healing
sakes,
up,
you should be doing
I'll
that
take the
on-
east and the
you
south guard
really should.
to investigate
Try
that
these
building.
Pause the video, see if you can plug in 0, value for 0, or x squared, or 5, or this is a little weird. We'll talk about that one, but at least the first 3. Now, I'm going to do them right now, but you should be pausing. Okay, so g of 0. G of 0 says take this function, add the g of x.
Why is
replace the
this
input
math
of
teacher
x
so
with 0. So
athletic?
I'm going to give myself a blank space to do that. I always use a parentheses because it maintains operations and it maintains the sign. I never have to worry about it. Even here, I'm using parentheses. We always do that. And it says, now that you've replaced your variable with a blank
You're
space, something to plug
dissatisfied.
into, I know what to plug
Oh.
in. I can plug in 0. 2 times 0 is 0 plus 1 is 1. 0 minus 5 is negative 5. So this gives
That one's
us
already done.
1 over negative 5, or negative 1/5. That's perfectly fine. You can write an ordered pair 0, negative 1/5.
That costs a lot of wood.
Is that in the domain? Is 0 in the domain? Is 0 a valid input for this function? Did it give you a real number output? Yeah, negative 1/5 is fine. That's a real number. It's not imaginary. It's not undefined. It's something that we can plug in and get a number out. How about x squared? Same exact idea. We can take our function. We can replace our variable with a blank space. Something that we can plug into.
Reporting.
Alright, I'm gonna pause it real quick, run to the bathroom. BRB.
Telling you right here, replace your independent variable x, your blank space, with x squared. There's really not even much to simplify here. All it did was want you to replace that variable with something else, and it even told you. So when we replace that, that's 2x squared plus 1
Waiting orders.
over x squared minus 5. And you're done. There's no simplification, there's no factoring you can do, no canceling out. For goodness sakes, don't cancel out your x squared, you're done. That's all that that's asking you for, is to compose two functions, to put one inside the
Ready for action. On my way.
Now 5. We start. We go, all right, I know how to do this. I'm going to take my function and replace my variables with something. So I'm going to give it a blank spot, because that's what we do, right? That's what we do when we plug things in. We replace our variable with that thing.
We're running out of resources.
Imagine that we're replacing our variable. We give it a place to put that. We plug in 5, because that's what it's telling us right here. It says replace your variable with 5. And then we simplify. And on the numerator, we get 11. 2 times 10 plus 1, yeah, 11 over 0. And we go, yeah, that's 0, right? Whoa. Hang on. Have you seen this before?
On my way.
We're missing resources.
Some of you may know, all of you probably have heard this at least, but maybe don't understand why you can't divide by 0. So I'm going to take a moment and teach you this if you don't know it. Can you do 0 divided by 4? Well, if we understand that the denominator of a fraction is what you cut something into, so like imagine pizza. Can you cut a pizza into 4 slices? Sure you can. There's a pizza with 4 slices. Can you then take 0 of them? Yeah, it's called a diet. You just don't eat the pizza. Can you take 0 out of 4 slices? It's a diet. How much pizza have you had? You've had no pizza.
Receiving.
That's possible. That makes sense. Now imagine the next one, okay? Imagine this says
Ready for action.
you have no pizza. Now, you don't even have a slice. This says there's nothing there. Now you can't imagine like my kids do, like I eat fake pizza all day long, right? It's delicious.
Ready for action.
So good. No, this says there's no pizza, and yet you're literally taking 4 slices.
From the fire
This doesn't
hall.
even make sense. You can't even draw a picture of that. Here's your picture. There's nothing there. And now take 4 of that. How much do you have?
Going there.
You don't have 0 because you can't answer the question. This says you have 4 of that. Okay, that's what that's trying to get. It says, no, you don't have 0. It's the answer's not 0 because this question can't be answered.
Going there.
It says you have nothing there, and I need you to take 4 of that. How much do you have? You go, I can't do it.
But in
It's
School
not
of
even
Dance and
defined.
Academy.
Waiting orders.
So when
But
we
that
get
one
to something
too.
like this, it's not a real
Ready for
number.
action.
It's kind of an imaginary number, but it's
One day, okay.
undefined. So when we start talking about the domain, what we're looking for are the numbers that we can plug in that give us real numbers and defined numbers out. So, is 5 in the domain? Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Is 0 in the domain of that function? Yes, it gave
On
us a
my
real
way.
number out. Is 1 in the domain of that function? No, it gave us a real
What's that?
imaginary number out. Is 0 in the domain of this function? Sure.
Shop or restaurant?
Is 5 in the domain of this
Rise and
function?
grind, people. No
because
time to wait.
it's not even defined. That answer, that output's not
This
even
one's
defined. So this would be
a
outside
gas
the
station?
domain. One thing I want you to understand
Yeah.
before we go any further, what I've tried to show you is that you're going to deal with, until we get to logarithms,
The police station.
2 issues with our domain. Number 1 is square roots. We
We'll get there.
really have to make sure that the inside of the square root is always positive, and that we plug in numbers that make that happen.
Ready
The
for action.
second issue is with denominators. We can never have an
Chief, we
input
found some
that
medical
makes
supplies.
0
They'll definitely
on
come in
the
handy.
Those
Now
are
we'll
the
be able to
two
give
problems
first
that we
aid to the
need to
wounded.
address moving
But if we
forward.
want to heal
Those
people
are
more
two
efficiently,
issues that
we'll
we'll
need
talk
to
about
build a
in
med
the
bay.
next video are going to be really like
The
neon
med bay
signs
sounds
saying,
like a
"You're
good
gonna have
idea.
problems here."
We'll think of
Going
that.
there.
Square roots and denominators. And I
Great.
promise you this: if there are no square roots and there
Hydrogen
are no
pizza.
denominators, your domain will be all real numbers until we get to logarithms. So all real numbers. There's no square roots. There's no denominators. Square roots, we're going to have some
Jets
problems.
Pizza.
We could have some problems.
Hell
Denominators,
yeah.
we could have some problems there. Those are the issues.
The
we're gonna
Fenton
be looking
Hotel.
for.
Yep.
Notice one more thing, okay, really quick, is that
Red Fox
you
Outfitters. That
can't
used to
have
be a
0
coffee
on the
beanery.
denominator, but plugging in 0
Also,
could be
there's
fine.
supposed to be a
Notice I
train.
plugged it in. It's not about the 0, it's about what you get out
There it
of
is. Train tracks.
So that's about it as far as
A bit overgrown.
our domain talking. The last
Potential
thing
car.
I think I've raised here is this. Don't confuse this problem with affecting your input. Notice that. This says, I'm not affecting my input at all. Here I replace it with 5. Here I
Waiting
replace it
orders.
with x squared. Here I replace it with 0. I'm not
Roger.
changing my input at all. What that means is to take your function
Reporting. Going there.
and just put a negative in front of it. That's all that does. Now you can move that negative around. You can distribute it to a numerator or a
Roger.
denominator, but not both, or you can leave it right in front of your function. So either way, go on that. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to come back with one example. This is kind of an optional thing for you. I would definitely watch it. We're going to talk about the difference quotient one time. All right, well, we got one more example. We're going to talk about
On
the
my
difference
way.
quotient, and it's something that, here's how you spell it. Difference, like it's subtraction, here's the difference.
We are out of resources.
Quotient, like the division. You go, man, you math guys are really unoriginal because you call things just what they are. And that's right. Like a difference of squares is a difference and has 2 squares.
No
Here
more to
is a
find.
difference quotient because it's got a difference and we're dividing. That's what a difference quotient
Receiving.
is this thing. Now, I'm going to tell you what it's used for
We are out of resources.
after we solve it. And then I'm going to tell you what the H does, because it's going to be quite interesting. So, now I'm going to do it. I can show you what I'm doing now.
Let's do
Here's
it.
what this does. What this does in Calculus 1, so you're learning Calc 1 right now, kind of. This would be pre-calculus, but the idea that this is going to yield is a Calc 1 idea. Here's what we're doing. The function itself is an output value. Do you see it? Like f of x is an output value. Do you understand that? And f of x plus h would be an
We're on the
output
move.
value of whatever this happens to be. So I'm subtracting output values and I'm dividing by the change between x and x plus h, that little bitty h. What that does is if I divide y values,
They're missing a restaurant right here.
a change in y by a change
Kim's
in
Cones
x,
should be a lot smaller, and that should be a whole restaurant. The Presbyterian Church
Do you
is right
remember?
there, yeah.
what that gives? Like
That's also, I think, another church.
beginning algebra, if I take this distance and divide by this distance, that's a rise That's a line.
Going there.
That should be a line here. What this does is gives a relationship for the slope of a line. Really?
Task
Slope.
complete.
It is slope. Output 2 minus output 1 over the change between our inputs. And that's exactly what that would be. This is a slope formula. In Calculus 1, what you do is you say,
Let's
what
do
if
it.
the
All
H
squads,
gets
I lied.
closer?
On my way.
And what if this distance
Operator.
is closer together?
Wrong button.
Like really close
Ready for
together.
action.
What's going to happen? Well, these points would get really close
Receiving.
together. And
We finished
one of the
construction.
theorems in calculus is that
You're out of
if
resources.
you take a limit as this distance approaches 0, then this formula approaches the slope of a curve at a line, an instantaneous rate of change. Very fascinating, but that's what we're going through. I'm going to stop there because I'm not
Needs a
really going
pistol.
to teach you calculus right now. Just watch step 1. I do. But you're going to see this right off the bat. And how to evaluate it is incredibly important. I'm not joking. I've taught
So
calculus
if
in
it doesn't have a
college.
pistol, is it going to use a bow?
And I see the most mistakes.
Okay, it has
right?
a pistol.
People do not know how to deal with that. You are not going to be those people.
These
So,
guys should find
how
something.
to deal with this f of x plus h? Man, can you see why I
Task
gave that to you in
complete.
the second to the last example on the last whiteboard examples that
We
we
need
had?
more resources.
Because you're going to use it. So here's how to appropriately deal with this difference quotient. Number 1, you're going to figure out what f of x plus h is. That's just evaluation. You're going to keep f of x. It's right there. It's already told you. You're going to put them in here with parentheses and simplify it as much as you can. Your
No more to
main
find.
goal is
Infected
to
incoming.
cancel out that h somehow. So let's go through it. Not quickly, but with some
Hostiles
understanding of
inbound.
what evaluation means. So what I need you to do here is figure out f of x plus h
Let's do it.
first, figure out f of x second, and then jam them together in this difference quotient. So here's f of x.
Waiting orders.
They're
f of
trying
x
to get
plus
inside.
h. I'm making this blank on purpose because I need you to know that this is no different from any other evaluation we've done. It says take your function, give it a blank space.
Requesting support.
I'm going to replace
Losing men.
x with something. I'm going to replace this variable x with something. So
We're on the
give me a
move.
space to do that.
You have a man down.
In your head right now,
There's another board right
They're
there.
trying to get
this
inside.
This x squared plus 1 says something I can plug into squared plus 1. This blank space says something I can plug into squared plus 1. I just left that blank to
door
illustrate
won't
that
hold
you
much
can
longer.
I can put 7 here or 5 here, but at least you're plugging in as x plus h. So I'm replacing the
building's under
variable
attack.
x. Okay, that one x with x plus h. Here's a function f. I'm replacing x with
Our building's under attack.
you know what most people do? This is going to happen. I see it all the time. They'll say, "Oh, f of x plus h is super easy. It's just I'm going to take the function f and
Receive it.
package it."
The
So
door
take this
won't
and
hold
add
much longer.
That's not what's going on. That would be like saying, "I'm going to take 3 plus 1
Our building's under
4,
attack.
right? And say I'm going to do squared plus 1 plus 1. It doesn't even make sense. We're taking 3 plus 1 and add 1 to the end. We're not adding h to the end. What this means to do is replace the variable with 1
Priority with the condition of the
We're
headquarters.
running out of stock.
I hope it's making sense that what we're doing is we're replacing this x with x plus h, so we gave the blank space and we just put the x plus h in the blank space. Simplify this thing. Not later. Do it right now. So we can simplify x plus h squared.
The infected are pillaging a building.
X squared plus x h plus x h.
The infected are pillaging a building.
And that's what here's x squared. Here's 1 x times h. Here's another x times h. And here's an x squared. So I'm going to get 2x times h plus h squared. This is exactly what f of
Roger.
x plus h
Oh, you're already there. South guard. He's pretty injured.
And then,
What?
Plus
His
one.
experience.
so be very careful. We
Waiting orders.
distributed this. We have this part right here was the x plus h squared that we multiplied
Shit,
x
they
plus
don't
h
have
times
weapons.
x plus h.
Okay.
We distributed,
Discard.
and then that plus 1 has to be there. So
On my way.
this is this whole part And that plus
Wait,
one's
they-
at the end. We just distributed
Police
this
department
here,
only had
and then
ammunition?
added
Are you
that.
kidding
for
me?
action.
Makes sense to you. Now, the difference quotient really relies on two different entities and puts them together in a difference. It says, now look at your f of x plus h. So I need your f of x plus h. I need you to simplify it first. So distribute it, combine some like terms.
Ready
This
for action.
piece comes first. We already know it. And then we subtract f of x. But we know those two things. F of x plus h, after it's been simplified, is right here. And
Waiting
f of
orders.
x is this piece right
Guard.
here. All the difference
Another one
quotient
incoming.
does, it says, I want you to take
We are
those
out of
two
resources.
entities, I
Oh,
want you
get
to
back to
put
that.
them together. So we have to have the f of x plus h simplified, then we're going to subtract f of x. I can't stress enough how
Reporting.
important that
Going
parentheses is, because what's going to happen is because you're
They need more
subtracting
guns.
this, you're subtracting every term in that f of x. It's going to change all of your signs. I see it all the time, and I've done this for a really long time. The biggest thing is, number one, people don't know what to do with f of x plus h. Number two, they forget the parentheses because they don't think it's important. It's super important.
Waiting orders.
So let's put it
Okay.
together.
You guys
The
are clear
first
ahead.
term
On my
calls for
way.
f of x plus h, and that's this big thing. So x squared plus 2xh plus h squared plus 1.
Structure ruined.
We're running out of
That is f of x
resources.
plus h. That's what we got. That's what we simplified. That's what that represents. Minus the next piece is f of x. So take f of x plus h, done. Minus, done. F of x, oh wait, f of x is already done. It's given to you. You don't have to work for that. It's just x squared plus 1. Can you see how easy it would be to accidentally do
Yeah, that
this?
would give us just about everything.
Can you see how easy it is to do that? Do you know that that's going to drive you nuts?
Do I
Because
have
the main goal here-
builders not working?
the main goal is to cancel that h. And in order to do it,
Oh,
every term up here must
they
disappear.
are building.
Must cancel
Ready
out,
for action.
with the exception of those
Operator.
terms that have h. So what's going to happen? We figure out f of x plus h. We've done that. Simplify it. We've done it. We put f of x plus h minus f of x in
Waiting orders.
parentheses, and then we simplify. All of our terms without h should cancel. Then we're going to factor h.
I don't
and
wanna
cancel
cross the train
h.
tracks
Let's
yet.
look at it. Let's watch it happen.
Roger.
So, there's nothing to distribute. This is x squared plus 2xh plus
Actually,
h squared
going
plus
there.
1
Snag that.
minus x squared. And look, minus 1. This says I want you to
Headquarters is
subtract
gonna be this
everything in here. I
little
want you to subtract the
intersection.
x squared. I want you to subtract the 1. All over h. Our
All
x
the way up to the
squareds are
railroad.
gone. Oh, that's wonderful. Our 1s are gone. That's wonderful. 1 minus 1. All that's
Chief,
left
we've just found a shitload of supplies. Some
is
prepper must have lived here. They piled up enough to survive the
Going
apocalypse.
clear.
God bless these preppers.
Everything
That
in
must be my dad's house.
Every term up there has an h in it. We can factor
That's
that.
great news. Take it all.
He's not there anymore, so it's mine.
And what we know all about simplifying. So if anything is multiplied together and has a common factor, you can simplify it. H divided by h is 1. 1 times 2x plus h is just 2x plus h.
For the
Now,
dudes
what-
that are still
what does that
scouting.
mean?
Construction complete.
This is the problem with teaching
I'll
math
take it.
sometimes in the way we do it. We don't tell you what that means. We
Roger.
just say,
Just
just do
Shiawassee
it.
Avenue.
It's going to be good for you. Here's what that
Ooh, that's
means.
a lot of zone to cover.
This is going to be absolutely
We
fascinating to
need more
you.
resources.
I hope it is. I really hope
Break
it
it
is.
here.
Some of you are going to be taking this class just because it's required of you, but you have to realize that this class is entailed
Natural
to get
barrier
you
of the
ready for
water.
calculus. Here's what this does. If you've done this,
Actually,
I've
that
told you this
might actually
represents
work.
the slope between 2 points, right? And the h is the distance horizontally between those 2 points. If I do something called a limit, which is a way that we get closer and closer to some number in math, we go, oh, well, what, a little closer, a little closer. What happens if I let that h
Reporting.
become really close to 0?
We're on the move.
If I let that h right here become
Operator.
really close to 0, then 2x plus something really close
Ready
to
for
0
action.
is just going to go closer and closer to x. Okay, who cares? Well, when you consider that this function right here
Why does it say 3 of 2 squads?
is a parabola, upper opening,
Clear.
shifted up 1,
They didn't find anything there?
just like that.
Operator.
This is
Shit.
that parabola.
Check
And
out this
as
place.
that
Operator.
h gets
Roger.
really little, this becomes 2x.
We're on the move, waiting orders.
So if this gets closer and closer to 2x,
Going there.
what that tells you is that depending on the x value, if
guys can't
this
drop
is the
off canned
slope
food?
and the slope simplified all the way down
Operator.
to here, then you can
Clear.
find the slope at any point on this curve. What?
Going there.
I didn't think slopes.
We're on the
curves
move.
Had slopes.
Going
They do,
there.
But they're instantaneous.
Let's do it.
At every point they
I don't
change.
understand.
And so, at any point that you want,
Okay.
let's say at 2. 2. That would be 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I, 5. If I plug in
Can
x
I
equals
move
2,
this?
let's see,
Nope.
x equals 2, 4 plus 1 is 5. Right there, we're not to scale or
Oh,
anything,
structure's
just
ruined.
fun at this point. If I plug in 2, I would get out the number 5. That's a 0.25.
How?
Here's what this says. The slope at x equals 2, so
Time to
at the
sleep,
point
everyone.
2, 5,
I mean, like, I
Tomorrow's
just
another day.
built it.
will be equal to 4. That will
Operator.
have a slope of
On my way.
2x, where your
Reporting.
x value is 2, so one more time. The point on the curve is 2.5. The slope at that point, at the instant on that curve, is going to
Reporting.
be, just plug in the x value. It's based on x. It is the slope. I told you that's a slope. It is a slope. Just plug it 2. It's going to be 4. And you know what? If you put that up there, a slope of 4 over 1, 1 and up 4, that's the exact slope of that curve at that specific point. Before that, it's going to be steeper. After that, it's going to be, before that, it's going to be shallower. After that, it's going to be steeper. But at that one point, it's going to have a slope of exactly 4. That is what you're doing this for. So that's why we learn some of these compositions. That's why we learn the difference quotient, because in Calculus 1, you do this time and time
Our
again.
building is under
I
attack.
have to give you one caution. It's that right now, that was fairly mathematically easy. I feel like that's not easy compared to some things that we can have. If you try to do difference quotient with something like this,
Waiting orders.
it's
Vector
gonna be
incoming.
really challenging. So square roots make things really challenging, and fractions make them
Port,
really
spotted.
challenging. Fortunately,
We need
there are a lot
backup.
of stuff in calculus that you don't have to do that. But
They're
you
coming.
might learn some examples when you're doing this on your own that have that. So they're a little challenging. I just want to give you the forewarning that this is possible. This is what I would expect is for you to be able to understand what this means and be able to
They're
put
gone.
f of x plus h, which we had, f of
Roger.
x, which was given, and then simplify.
Reporting.
So I hope that makes sense. I hope I've illustrated why you would use this and what we're kind of driving toward. So that's the idea. I hope it makes sense, and I will see you for another video when we talk about domain and we talk about range and how to find it.
Going there.
Hi, welcome to another video. In this video, we're going to discuss domain and how to find it for functions that are defined
Let's
over
do
real
it.
numbers. So
We're
let's
on the
get
move.
right to it. The last
Going
video,
there.
we sort of explored domain a little
Going
bit.
there.
I gave you a definition for it. We looked at what we
We're on
can
the move.
have for inputs that give us a real numbered output. Now, right now, when we say that, a real numbered output, we can have functions that have outputs that are imaginary numbers or complex numbers defined over the complex. But for things that we normally graph, we're going to restrict this to functions that are defined over real numbers. And that gives us a pretty clear definition of what domain means. So let's check it out.
We need more
What the
resources.
domain is for us is the set of inputs of a function, so these numbers that I can plug in, that give us a real number output. Something that's not imaginary and something that is defined, so not the
Hostiles
function divided by
inbound.
0. And that the function can handle. And that's
Ready for
later
action.
in the class when we talk about some functions that can't handle like negative numbers. So we're going to discuss that today. We're going to look for the two main problem areas that we're going to focus on, and then there's a third
Our
one that we
building's
get
under
down the
attack.
road. So when we talk about domain, you got to keep that in your head. So the set of inputs that give us a defined real number output for a function. There's two
That
problem
building is
areas that
down.
we really look at. Now, down the road,
Our
when
building
we
is
start
under
talking
attack.
about logarithms, and we're not quite there yet, we'll get there in a little while. Logarithms are going to add one more sort of problem area that we have to consider.
The building
It's not
is
really
no
a
more.
problem. It's
They're
just something
breaking
that we
into
have
our
to
building.
consider that, hey, there's some numbers that I am not able to plug into logarithms. There's also some numbers that I can't plug into square roots or, in general, even roots 49.
Got them.
So when we think about square roots and denominators, something in our head's got to be like, yeah, that we might have some issues with these things. So let's explore those today. We'll look at a few examples on how to find domain, what to be thinking about, and what not to get confused on. So again, one more time, we got this thing called domain. It's a set of inputs that gives us a real number output for a function. And for now, there's two areas that we will look for. Later on, we'll add logarithms to this. But for right now, we're going to really be concerned about square roots, and we're going to be concerned about denominators and fractions. So in square roots, if you remember this, when you have a square root, it can be 0. That's what we explored in the last video when we evaluated and said, hey, can you plug in some number that gives you 0 inside of a square root? Yes, that's fine. Can you plug in some number that creates the inside negative? The answer is no. So when we see a square root, in our head we think the inside has to be positive. It's a really optimistic function. It's all got to be positive. What that means is if we plug in numbers that make the inside, the radicand of our square root, that make that negative, those are problem numbers. So what I always like to tell students is that a square root is going to tell you what it wants to have. So it's going to give you this range of numbers, this interval of numbers, this domain of what numbers it wants to have. A denominator, when we think about that, a denominator just says what it can't have. It can't have numbers that make the denominator equal to 0. So when we're filling this out, square roots, the inside must be positive. It's telling you what numbers it wants to have. It says, give me these numbers so I can maintain my positive inside.
Operator.
Denominators, well, they're not about positive. We can have fractions that are positive or negative or 0 on the numerator. There's only one thing that we worry about with fractions. It's that the denominator cannot be equal to 0.
Receiving.
And if we keep that in mind, we'll have a much better shot of finding domain. Right now, I just need to warn you, students get these things confused a lot because they see it a couple times, but they never really understand why it is that you need these cases met, and therefore they confuse us. And they see square roots and they go, oh man, I gotta set that equal to 0 and then solve it. No, that's not what we're talking about. Or they'll see a denominator and say, oh, I need that positive. Why? That doesn't make sense. So let's understand really what is going on here. When you have a square root, if you end up with a negative inside of that square root, that's going to be an imaginary number. And since we were talking about functions over real numbers, that's a problem for us. So how do we avoid real numbers? Is it by making it equal to 0? Well, no. How we avoid imaginary numbers and complex numbers how we avoid that and stick with real numbers is that we find numbers that when we plug it into the square root, it keeps the inside of the square root 0 or more. In other words, positive and 0. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our square root and say, okay, that's a function. I'm looking for the inputs that give us a real number output. I'm going to say, I couldn't get a root if this thing equals 0. That's fine. Having a square root equal 0 is okay. So if we plugged in,
Let's do it.
Let's see, like
Let's do it.
5/4, and we'd have 5 minus 4 times 5/4 would be 5 minus 5 and give you 0. That's totally fine. But we can also have numbers that make it positive. So we're not looking at the idea that let's set it equal to 0. We're really thinking about what a square root needs to have. What a square root needs to have, it needs any numbers that are going to keep this positive. And so how we find it is really, we take the inside of the square root and we let it be what it wants to be. The inside of your square root, it wants to be positive. It wants to be greater than 0. Greater than 0 in math is the way that we say positive. We also know that we can have numbers that let it equal 0. So in general, we set the inside of our square root greater than or equal to 0. Please don't ever set this thing equal to 0 and solve it. You're confusing a denominator idea with a square root idea. Now, some teachers might have taught you to do that and say, well, then you got to go back and make it an inequality. That's really bad form because sometimes when we divide by negatives, our inequality has to change, and I've seen a lot of students miss that. So
I'm gonna stop the stream and restart it. This one needs to be Helldivers. Once it launches. Okay. And we're in.
Allied coordinates locked.
That's right. I load in and immediately go there. Receiving data. We are on the SES. Fist of Family Values.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Do I have time to run to the
FTL
bathroom?
jump successful. Help us prime.
Oh, that's cool.
Mission coordinates locked.
Helldiver, glad to have you on board.
Wow, I'm not surprised that we lost that major order.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Can we only use 3?
Yeah, some difficulties set it up so you can only do 3. We could see if 8 gets rid of that, so it'll be different based on the difficulty.
Oh no, it's fine. I haven't had this before.
I mean, an 8 might be easier if we get all 4 stratagems, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is up to you and whatever you were comfortable with.
No, this is good.
Alright. Maybe I got used to doing 9s, but it's hard to get materials or extract samples when you're doing 9.
Yeah.
Do you want legs or frequency?
I mean, we're doing a blitz, so...
Frequency then?
Yeah, I don't think we need legs.
Okay.
I don't think this planet has troublesome terrain.
It might have hills, but...
Yeah, it's not so bad. I'm gonna bring one of the new guns a second try, and I wanted to do a short mission with it.
Oh, great.
I mean, the rest of my build is safe. I've got autocannon and pistol.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
Calling down a support weapon.
Just need a well-placed grenade.
Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters.
Holy.
Calling in reinforcements.
My bad.
Dropping a calling in orbital strike.
Whatever happens.
Requesting orbital.
Objective located. West. Heavy. West. 100 meters. Heavy. West. 100 meters.
Tagging map. Southwest. 50 meters. Dropping a pin. South.
No.
On my position. Found something.
Heavy. West. 100 meters. How about a nice cup of liver tea? Orbital inbound.
I'm gonna share the tower. Tower down.
Nice.
Dropship.
I don't see where that dropship went.
Well, that sounds like a good thing. I think it just landed where I used to be.
Found something. Rare sample acquired. Dropping a pin. South, 200 meters.
Let me know if you guys see towers. I'll work on from a distance.
Spot outpost. Reloading. Heavy. Northwest, close. I'll take it. Calling in orbital strike. Tagging location. Cancel that. Objective located. Southwest. Feels good! Heavy. North. Close.
Why's it gotta be fire tornadoes?
Throwing grenade.
What do you have against fire tornadoes?
They hurt.
Got got a sample.
On the inside and the outside. It's like a multifaceted pain.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Objective
Yeah, you'll be fine.
West.
Ah, he saw me.
How about a nice cup of liberty?
Jesus.
Reinforcing.
I'm trying new armor. It's very light.
What do you usually use?
West.
I usually use light, but I got like the scout armor. Jeez. So it's even lighter.
Heavy. South. Close. Requesting orbital strike.
Down at the cannon tower.
I see it.
Might be able to take it out.
I take it. Fire in the
5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
Calling in reinforcements. Rare sample acquired.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
No grenades. Unreal.
Tagging map. Southwest. 100 meters.
Is that tower still up?
I took out the cannon tower. It's fine.
Outpost
Okay.
spotted.
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide your sleepless destruction.
I got hit by a fire tornado while aiming down sights.
Calling down a support weapon.
Calling down a support weapon.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 200 meters.
Throwing grenade.
I mean, maybe they don't bother me as much because I don't aim down sights very often.
That would explain it.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
I don't like that this one has basically cut me off from where I'm trying to go.
Yeah, I hate when they do that. They're very effective roadblocks.
Yeah, I made the mistake of thinking, like, well, this part doesn't have a fire effect, so I should be able to... Nope, it's in the path.
It is the fire effect. If it looks like cinders, it's fire. How did he see me? Are we leaving?
Extraction
I
shuttle
mean,
inbound.
extraction's gonna take 2 minutes. We've got about 2 minutes left.
Rare sample collected.
Figure I'll grab the samples I dropped and then, like... I mean, we can wait out the timer if you guys want. Just don't die.
Alright.
Take a bunch of minutes for destroying shit.
I was going to go and work on that stratagem jammer, but I don't want to risk dying.
How about a nice cup of...
Especially with such a prominent amount of things on top of me right now.
Calling in reinforcements.
They shot a rocket at me. It missed, but propelled my body towards them. So that was really neat.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Is there a detector tower somewhere? Because they already know where I'm at.
I mean, we got the radar.
You're right. I just don't get how they're like, as soon as I land, they're shooting in my direction.
Feels good.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Yeah, I think this weapon's not bad, it just doesn't fit what I usually run.
Throwing grenade.
Basically like baby autocannon as a primary.
ETA
Okay.
T-minus 30 seconds.
So like I don't need another autocannon.
Heavy north. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it out of here.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Yep, there goes. There's just a massive concentration on all of my super samples.
Visual on the extraction zone.
The fuck?
Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Well,
Is it worth getting on board with one sample?
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Launch in 20 seconds.
I believe in you. Just run
If we can
faster
find
than
any
that
more
tank
Santa
can turn.
Claus. I was trying to look
yeah.
The price of victory is the blood of heroes.
Had some on me, but
yeah, the weapon is the second one, the new pack. It's like 5 rounds to a magazine. You have to reload between each one, like a bolt action. And it has like a 6-meter radius explosion, or 6-foot radius explosion or something. So like it'll take out a cluster of stuff for like most single things. But 5 rounds and slow
Welcome back. Democracy's reach extends a bit further thanks to you.
I mean, I guess if I carried a quasar or something, I could be like, this is my baby autocannon, and this is my anti.
Proud to serve by your side, sir.
so how do you guys know Dane?
He doesn't know Dame.
Oh. Do you know Dane?
I used to work with Dane.
Oh, okay.
People would describe Dane as an evil version of me.
An evil version, okay.
Nice.
That sounds scary.
In
There's an evil
Denver or Texas?
I worked with him in Texas.
Texas, yeah.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Wow, actual not finding.
Sending down support weapon.
Tagging map, northeast, 200 meters. Found something. Marking location, southeast.
You want to get back, Tom?
Oh, sorry, that was yours.
Oh, it's shooting a tower now.
Woo!
Okay, tower's down.
I assume that all the enemies are dead there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked off a couple while that bombardment was going on.
I didn't expect anyone to take out one of the dropships.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's what up.
I just had the opportunity before it dropped.
Requesting air support.
Coming in hot.
Calling in orbital strike.
Firing orbital strike. Target down.
Heavy, south, close. Dropping a pin, northeast, 200 meters. Bot fabricator, east, 200 meters.
I've gotten kind of decent at killing things before they call in a dropship.
Nice.
There is gunship construction.
Okay, so you want to try and take it out stealth,
Tagging
or?
map, east, 100 meters.
It's roughly in that location.
Bot fabricator, dropping
Up
a
a little bit
100
further.
meters.
I mean, if we don't get any bot drops, it shouldn't send out bots.
I'm gonna try and sneak over and do it.
Enemy patrol, northeast.
Hopefully it's not heavily guarded.
I'm gonna try to stealth the next objective as much as I can.
Gunship saw me
Bot
anyway.
drop. Yeah, well, because it's a bot drop detected, it automatically spits out gunships. Like, there can't be a bot drop anywhere on the map as far as I can tell.
Gunship down. Another one
I'll
up.
come help you with that.
Oh, that's a dropship that just flew away. There was a bot drop on the facility. Okay.
So you're the one that pissed them off.
Apparently, that thing just deployed as scouting and spotted me and called in bots.
Let's see if I can come help you out.
Oh, no,
Those
I'm
are
good.
Bullshit.
There's only one bot in the area now.
I
Besides,
mean, having someone help shoot down gunships isn't a bad thing.
that's true. Oh, cool. Thanks.
Yeah. Like, I could just work on an objective adjacent to you and shoot down gunships. I don't have to come over there.
Calling in a hell bomb. Heavy, northwest.
Requesting air support.
Engaging terminal.
Requesting orbital.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area. Dropping a pin.
Oh, I was pretty
northwest,
close with my
100
custom
meters.
pin. Well, that was mostly stealth.
That counts. I mean, any gunship where no one dies is a good gunship.
True.
Like, more often I see all 4 people rustling in ship and then people just
Sending
die
in
in
an eagle.
waves. So we have no lives left.
Attack underway.
Well, then I would consider myself a professional.
Oh god.
Now, Tom, how you doing?
I'm not gonna get out of this alive. I'm out of stims.
For prosperity!
Ah!
Helldiver.
Can you call in
never
resupply
die.
near you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whenever you get low on something, just call in a resupply.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't mind.
I have infinite primary ammo as long as I'm responsible.
I mean, we're on a fire planet, so you're not that responsible.
That's true. Very irresponsible of me to come to this planet.
Tagging map. Northeast. Rare sample acquired. Calling in a hell bomb.
I have an extra Kazar cannon if anybody wants it.
I have an autocannon.
Okay, anybody except you wants it.
Yeah.
I got
I
the
haven't used it, but
terminal.
I'll try it.
Alright,
Hell
The
bomb
Quasar?
armed. Clear the area.
I'll drop it. How far away are you?
If you drop it and then we put
I'm
it on the
far,
ground, it should
yeah.
show up on the map.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Deploying support weapon.
It's 50 meters between me and you guys.
Found something.
Yeah, I see it.
I might get spotted.
Requesting air support.
That did not help me at all.
Tom, you got him?
Yeah.
Terminal.
Just throw me in my general direction, I guess.
Reinforcing.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
It's either that or in the fire.
Yeah, that would suck.
Ready to liberate.
It's kind of ironic that I died immediately after calling in a support weapon.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm not gonna go to that.
Tagging map. Northeast. Far.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Marking location. Cancel that. North.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 200 meters.
I'm gonna recover my stuff and then proceed to
There's something
that
here.
data point. And hopefully nobody calls the cops on me.
Dropping package. Package acquired.
Nice.
Drop ships. Sending in an eagle.
Back up.
Orbital inbound. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Requesting advanced
More
weaponry.
gunships on this side of the map, apparently. That's
Oh.
how I found out.
It spotted you.
Yeah, it just started shooting me, yeah.
Lovely.
Tagging location. Bot fabricator, east.
Found it.
Bots. East.
I'm might be able to get into a position to provide you some air support. There's a lot of mountainous things between us.
Yeah, alright. Don't sweat it. You can.
I can see the top of the facility, but barely.
Calling in a hell bomb.
I mean, if I'm lucky, the gunship's having trouble with the mountains.
Orbital
Hell bomb
inbound.
armed. Clear the area.
Oh, my gun doesn't work the way your gun does. Doesn't shoot that far accurately.
Oh my god.
If it's a gunship, don't
Calling
sweat
in
it.
reinforcements.
Those things are
Yeah.
ass.
That's a gunship.
Yeah.
Bots. South.
Yeah, that's 500 meters from me. Alright, I'm gonna continue my thing.
No worries. We got this side.
My ineffective artillery support.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Bots. Northeast.
He probably crashed.
Tagging location. Northeast. Cancel that.
Dropships.
You doing okay over there?
Yeah.
Engaging terminal. I got the terminal. Engaging terminal.
Requesting air support.
Package acquired.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Dropping a pin. North, 100 meters. Dropships.
How nice that the fire tornado is directly blocking my path.
I mean, I dropped my new autocannon and immediately fire tornado ate it up.
Nice.
Dropping package.
Do you want it? I don't know.
Package
I
acquired.
got it. I had to jump in the fire for it.
Oh.
Just trying to find the... Oh, you have it. Okay.
Rare sample acquired.
Yeah, I have it.
Package acquired.
Dropping package. Package acquired.
Got a sample.
Oh no, I dropped a lot of stuff.
Reinforcing.
It be like that sometimes.
Calling in. Package acquired.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Dropping package.
Tagging map. West, 50 meters.
Package acquired. Found something. Dropping a pin. Northeast, 100 meters. Dropping package acquired.
You okay over there?
I'm alright. Why do you ask?
I just heard your dude screaming.
Package acquired.
Dropships.
I mean, I got shot, but that's not news.
You mean you got spotted?
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Dropping package.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Tagging map.
Package acquired.
They just knew
100
exactly
meters.
where I was.
Orbital.
Oh, I'm running through your orbital.
Dropping package.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
It just hit me and I got my 50% chance of survival. Somehow I didn't die.
Asset secured.
Heavy. East. Close.
Call me Destiny's Child because I'm a survivor. Was that a laughter or?
Yeah, it was.
Perfect.
Engaging terminal.
Oh, I love when you put up the tower and it's already facing the right direction. It's how you know FaheyAF is looking after us.
Bots, northeast.
It's a good omen from Super Earth. They have anti-air somewhere around here.
I got the terminal.
You have ignited the torches of liberty.
Dropping a
Extraction
pin. North.
away.
Drop ships. 200 meters.
Sending in an eagle!
Oh, wow. Apparently I
boy.
found it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know where they all came from.
Reinforcing.
Try and land
Marking
closer to
location.
me. I pinged a location.
Request approved.
Never mind.
Reinforcements on the way.
Good, good.
Democracy has landed. Dropping a pin. Southeast, 100 meters.
Wow, this whole time I haven't had a shield pack and I thought I had one. Damn force. Limited stratagems.
Yeah, it's a first for me.
I was saying, get used to it.
Extraction is available.
Bots. West. Marking location. Northwest. Bots. West.
Spot outpost spotted!
Requesting orbital strike.
Firing orbital strike.
Calling down a support weapon. Orbital inbound!
Calling in a Hellbomb.
North. Never mind.
What was that?
What was what?
What just blew up the hell bomb?
Me? Oh, an enemy?
Ah. That guy.
Tagging map. Northeast. 100 meters.
Extraction is available. Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
That blows.
Spot fabricator. Dropship! Northeast. 50 meters. Tagging map. Southeast. 100 meters.
I'm breaking off southwest. I'm gonna try and loop around using the mountains.
Okay, I picked up the samples.
Found something.
Sending in an eagle.
I got the bulk of them working on me right now.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
I took out 6.
Stay down.
So is someone picking up my samples when I disconnect, or are they just vanishing?
No, I got them. I've been picking them up.
Alright, cool.
They're all gone. Oh,
Mark
Yeah,
the
no, my
location.
internet's just been acting up for some reason.
I get it. Mine did that the other day. I disconnected like 4 times, and I just gave up on playing that day.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Just like a regular person would.
Not a celebrity.
I'm gonna pretend like I have a regular, functioning, average household PC.
Requesting air support.
Tagging map. West. Close.
Honestly, mine's probably a little embarrassing with the setup, but I have a good reason.
Calling
and it's
in orbital
being
strike.
lazy.
Orbital strike incoming.
So I got a new video card at one point, but it didn't fit inside my old case. So I just strapped to the fans in the front to the outside of the case, and now like one of the plastic plates doesn't fit, so it looks really ghetto and awful. But like I don't care.
Dropship.
Well, my whole build started because I went to upgrade my graphics card and it didn't fit my old tower. So I ended up buying a new tower and just put all new parts in it. I don't recommend coming in my direction.
Alright.
Sending in an eagle. Dropping a pin. Northwest. Far.
Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
But yeah, I don't know, like, my problem is generally if something quote unquote works, I hesitate to get rid of it.
Yeah, I get
Like
that.
this week was my fuck this week. Like I got a new controller and I got a new monitor.
Ah.
Because my monitors kept turning itself off, but it turned itself back on, so it's fine.
Was it just like flashing black screen?
Yeah, it would like flash black screen, it wouldn't register a signal, and then it would transfer everything to the other screen. And then it would just turn back on. I'm like, this is fine. And I just dealt with that for months.
Whenever I had that issue, it was 100% my graphics card.
I think it was just a loose cable or bad fitting or something. I don't know.
Well, like, when I first got 3 screens, without upgrading my graphics card, I would have one screen that would just be black the whole time because it couldn't support all of that.
I mean, mine was fine for like a really long time, and they just started acting up one day, and I just ignored it. But like also, like every time my controller wears out, I just get another cheap controller, and like they always wear out, and it pisses me off. So I also got this week like an actual expensive controller. I just googled like, okay, which one doesn't wear out after like 3 months?
This is a good start.
Yeah.
Hey, were you there when yesterday when Misha was having a hard time hearing me? Was it me or him?
I don't pay attention to you, so.
I mean, you were in the game with me.
That doesn't help.
Oh wow. Okay.
Got a sample.
Oh, I have a buddy door over here.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Tagging location.
If you're interested.
Tagging map.
One.
West.
Yeah,
Close.
1 second. I didn't kill a. There was a cannon tower that killed me like twice, and I had to die.
Yeah.
I usually kill them indiscriminately, whether or not they kill me.
Oh.
I'm very prejudicial against cannon towers. Of all sizes.
I mean, I have an autocannon, so it's a little harder for me to do it.
Ah.
And then, yeah, I'm learning that thermite grenades fucking suck.
Requesting
I threw 3 of them at the cannon tower, and it just set it on fire and did not kill it. I'm like, cool.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Nope. Oh.
Alright, I'm making my way to extraction now.
Dropping a pin.
Or,
South.
never mind.
I mean, I was
the
heading
door.
to the door.
Yeah, I'll meet you at the door. Wow, my dog is full of vocals. No, you don't need to bark at everything.
Yeah, like thermite grenades might be okay against chargers if you stick it to like their head or something. But even then, I can't one-shot chargers with them, so I don't know what their fucking point is.
I have a feeling their like fire damage is going to get very important with the bugs. Because all they've been doing is releasing content to counter our weapon systems. They give us new weapons and then they counter them, or they give us new weapons and counter old weapons. There's mines over here, so be careful.
Extraction is available.
You don't know me.
Oh, okay.
By the way, we're about to have company.
I've got this one.
I wasn't like subtle about coming over here.
Sending in an eagle.
Okay. Oh, this thing's protected by a gate. Throw a grenade at it.
That's fucking hilarious.
I think this is supposed to be a bot structure. That's why the mines are around it.
I think it's just RNG. Like, that's just map gen, baby.
Could be. There's stuff on the other side too for a POI, so that might be it.
But yeah, I think the point of thermite is you can hit armored targets and not have to aim at their weak spot, but they do less damage. But like, I don't know, man. Just use impact grenades.
Dropping a pin. South.
Yeah, that's all I've been using.
Yeah, that's why I used
Okay.
it. I figured out what
mean,
that gate was. They combined 2 POIs.
Like, there's some niche use for like the stun grenades or the smoke grenades or whatever, but like, I want to give the grenades a try before like never using them again.
Yeah? I learned my lesson with the smoke grenades and the stun grenades.
No, just use the bug where you have infinite grenades. It's fine.
There's a bug for that?
Yeah, there's a way that you can have a grenade in your hand, and then when you throw it, you go into negative grenades.
Oh.
I think it requires a supply pack.
Requesting air support.
Extraction is available.
Delivering payload.
I love using the airstrike as a way breaking contact.
Drop ships.
Very good at it.
Heavy. South. Close.
Requesting air support.
Keep running.
Fire in the hole.
You don't own me.
Have a taste of democracy.
I just threw one grenade and got 22 kills.
I ran past the extract because I get
Dropping a
lost
pin.
easily.
I'm
Southeast.
gonna recover those
200
samples
meters.
and then meet up with you guys.
Okay.
Calling in orbital strike. Calling in extraction.
Oh my god.
Shuttle inbound.
Reinforcing.
Yeah.
Mag's empty.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
This bot has a human skull.
Dope.
And it looks like it's out of ammo because it's just looking at me.
Drop ships. Requesting orbital.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Try not to die.
No promises.
As you have like 1 HP.
Oh shit.
I mean, Tom over here wants to pick a fight with everything that walks by. I was happy to just like lie down and wait.
Oh. Yeah.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA
Sending in an
T-minus
eagle.
10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Sending in an eagle.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 landing sequence
I'm almost there.
initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Maybe we can wait. You got like 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
Requesting air support. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Oh shit. Okay.
When I said 30 seconds, I didn't mean like.
Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
When I said like there, man, I meant 30 seconds, not, you know, plus or minus 15.
You have maintained our way of life.
I got on with like 1 second left. Do you want to invite Manimal to join us?
Sure.
Guess say that was my last one.
No worries.
I'm off to D&D.
Have fun.
Fancy.
Very.
I usually play a halfling rogue.
I'm playing a rogue assassin.
Nice.
I haven't played D&D in a while, but I used to play a wizard.
I'm not surprised. You look like a wizard.
Rude.
Were you green or blue?
Red wizard.
Oh, a wizard. I thought you said a lizard.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Yeah, you look like a lizard.
That's what I was like, wait a minute.
Lizard people rule the world anyway.
I was thinking Dragonborn. I was like, lizard? No, okay.
No, you just look like you've been educated, like you're an engineer. And to me, those are science wizards.
All but Satan help fund upgrades to the Super Destroyer.
Like someday I'll be a science wizard.
Alright guys, take care.
Yep, later.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Helldiver.
Yo.
Hey. Guys, who's gonna be joining in a second?
Yeah, cool.
Allied destroyer has joined
Jojo.
squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Than we were led to believe.
Sorry, I actually have to buy stuff for once.
Freedom's greetings. I'm Coretta Kelly. In a shocking development, a massive automaton fleet has invaded Cyberscan and its surrounding systems.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Here?
Orbit synchronized. Hellpod launch initiated.
Incoming.
Oh shit, sorry, man.
It's all good.
Rude.
There's a bunker right here.
Yeah. It's got mines.
That's karma, baby.
What'd I get for killing the thing before you did?
It's all good.
How dare I?
Joining the fray. I'm on it.
Yeah, so this body has, looks like it has a human skull, like, bolted on. Doesn't it? Oh, it looks metallic now, never mind. I give up. My bot identification skills are a little outdated.
Dropships.
Manny, unless you specifically say you need help, I'm not helping you.
Objective located. Southeast. Throwing grenade.
Oh, okay.
Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Nice. I knew you could do it. Yeah, I was just slowing him down.
Rare sample acquired. Got a sample. Rare sample collected. Tagging map. North, 200 meters.
Dropping a pin. East, 100 meters.
Found something! Calling in reinforcements!
You guys need help over there?
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Nah, just got set on fire. It's fine.
Okay. That'll get you. Roughly 5 times 7.
Dropships! Orbital inbound.
Nice!
What a dumb bot. He stepped on a mine.
Yeah, I don't know anyone that would do that.
Throwing grenade!
Tagging map.
Falling in a hell bomb!
100 meters.
Rare sample collected! Sample collected! Engaging terminal! Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
Found something.
Reloading!
Requesting orbital strike.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 50 meters. Sending in an eagle! Requesting orbital!
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Dropships! Right on target. Requesting orbital. Requesting orbital strike. South.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support! Get some! Get some! Sending in an eagle!
Here comes the cavalry. Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Orbital inbound.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
I'm calling in a resupply. I got one sim left.
Dropping a pin.
Calling down supply!
Weaponry.
Are you good?
Supplies! I'm on it. Odd outpost spotted. I'm on it. Calling in orbital strike. I got the terminal. Engaging terminal. Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle.
Tagging map. East, 200 meters.
Requesting air support.
Eat liberty.
Freedom forever.
Right on target. Dropships.
Sending in an eagle.
Okay.
I got the terminal. Fire in the hole. Engaging terminal.
Dropping a pin. Southeast, 300 meters.
Tagging.
You've been a stalwart line of freedom. Extract when ready.
Calling in orbital strike.
No. I don't see it.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate.
Dropships. Heavy. Southeast. Close. Requesting orbital strike.
Orbital strike incoming.
Fire in the hole.
You guys want to hunt around for super samples or just extract?
Full on all samples, I don't really need them.
You haven't been buying the new ship upgrades?
Oh, there's new ones? I didn't know that.
Yep.
You should read your
Your
Helldiver
democracy
news.
briefings.
Yeah.
I did not read the patch notes.
Yeah, there's some tier
Oh,
4
no.
ones.
You don't have to read
The
the
ones
patch
I
notes.
have. Yeah, the ones I have so far are a tighter, heavy explosive spread and then more fire damage.
Calling in extraction.
I'll look at that as soon as we get back to the ship. Thank you.
I think some of them don't work, or they only work for the leader or something.
No, they only work for the individual diver. Whoever owns
No, I
that
mean,
ship
like,
gets it.
No, like, chat was telling me that, like, oh yeah, this one doesn't work at all or something.
Oh.
Like, the one that's supposed to give you your ammo back apparently doesn't work. And yeah, like, if you are not the host and you have the flame one, you apparently get, like, 20% instead of 25 or something.
T-minus 1 minute.
Calling in reinforcements.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Point me to the enemy.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
That might be a little close to you, Kaiser.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Throwing grenade.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
I got all the samples.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty has seen you through.
Well done. The enemy barely noticed our presence before we pulled out. Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The super destroyer is yours.
Anyway, if you read your dispatches, it will tell you that there's new stuff. Yo.
Yeah, they cost requisition points now too, which is crazy.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. synchronized.
What about here?
Launch initiated.
Southwest, 200 meters.
Heavy, southwest, close. Requesting orbital strike.
Supplies.
Dropship.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Objective located. Never mind. Southwest.
Sending in an eagle.
Attack underway.
Found something.
Found something. Calling in an orbital strike.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Requesting air support. Throwing grenade!
Objective located. West.
Dropping a pin.
I leave this in your capable hands.
There, you got it.
I'll go die to a stratagem jammer.
Sounds good.
Even trade.
I accept.
Sample collected.
I'm on it.
Mission map updated.
Tagging map. Northwest.
Yeah, bots
100
showed up
meters.
to the stratagem jammer. I decided I don't care that much about it.
Okay.
Someone else wants to be my guest.
detected. Orbital inbound.
You got a man here, or do you want me to go?
What's up?
Dead. He wants to know if you want to revive him or if he should.
Who do you want to revive you? I think Faye's closer.
Yeah, I already called you out.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Sending in an eagle.
I love how you drop me into your fucking explosives.
I thought you would like that.
Why do I hang out with you?
Because I didn't do that on purpose.
Sending in an eagle.
Heavy. Northwest, 50 meters.
I don't typically suck like most players do.
I mean, I survived. That's not the point.
Why do I die from your barrages?
Because you suck.
Oh yeah, okay. I thought it was a skill issue.
Another step towards galactic liberation. You may extract when ready.
Spot outpost spotted. For prosperity.
You may proceed to extraction when ready. 5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
Calling in orbital strike.
Orbital strike incoming.
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting air support.
Any more?
Pin. Northwest. Sending in an eagle. My leg! Reinforcing.
Democracy has landed. Tagging map. North, 300 meters. Requesting air support. Requesting orbital strike. Requesting air support.
Democracy's on its way.
Democracy needs me.
ready to liberate.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been
Calling down a
launched.
support weapon. Orbital inbound. Calling in reinforcements. Reinforcing! Heavy. Northeast. Close. Requesting orbital strike.
1 minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent.
Northeast. 300 meters.
Requesting orbital.
Calling down a support weapon.
Requesting orbital strike.
Firing orbital strike.
Requesting orbital. Sending in an eagle. Requesting air support.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction shuttle deployed.
Dropship. You will never destroy our way of life.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Out of stim.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Got a sample.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Democracy prevails once more.
That was one for the record books, where all missions are logged for analysis.
Kaiser, was that it for you, or are you still fine?
I've got an hour and 15 minutes before I gotta go.
Okay.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Launch initiated.
Today the light of liberty will grace the skies of this world once more.
Fire in the hole!
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry! Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry! Requesting sentry! Calling down a support weapon! Calling down a orbital sentry! Inbound!
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Sending in an eagle!
Calling in reinforcements.
Requesting air support! Reinforcing! Calling in reinforcements!
Top ship.
Joining the threat. Reinforcing!
outside the mission area. Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Calling in reinforcements. Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry.
Freedom marches onward, thanks to you. You may proceed to extraction.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Must present prosperity.
Pelican 1 awaiting Helldivers. Please enter the extraction radius.
For liberty.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Requesting orbital.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area. You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Reinforcing.
Point me to the enemy.
Got a sample.
We might want to send who has the samples first, because that vertebrate looks pretty fucked up.
Dropping item.
I dropped my samples.
Dropping item.
Are we good to go?
Yep.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
There it goes, without us.
I mean, yeah, if it gets too damaged, only one person gets out, and I think sometimes it bugs out when you don't see the damage.
That makes sense.
Fast mission is a good mission. Welcome aboard, Helldiver. Now that you're here, the war is as good as won.
The enemy has launched a cowardly attack against one of our planets. Will you defend it?
Mission coordinates locked.
Alright. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Here.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Detection tower.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Dropship!
I wasn't paying attention. Did we deliberately drop on top of the objective?
Reinforcements on the way.
No.
Joining the fray!
Calling down a support weapon.
Calling in orbital strike.
Heavy. Northwest, 50 meters.
Calling in orbital strike.
Tagging map. West, 100 meters.
Objective located. East. Objective located. East.
Objective located. West.
Heavy. North, 50 meters. Orbital inbound. Sweet. Requesting air support.
Orbital inbound.
How'd you like to chase? Oh, freedom! Sending in an eagle.
Nailed him.
Found something. How about a nice cup of liberty? Found something! Have a taste of democracy! Bot fabricator, north, 100 meters. Sending in an eagle!
Delivering payload.
Requesting air support! Dropship!
Requesting orbital.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Bots, southeast, 50 meters. Requesting orbital strike! Throwing grenade! Found something! Requesting air support.
Democracy's on its way. Eagle 1 withdrawing to rearm.
Bot outpost spotted.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Dropping a pin. Northwest, 100 meters.
Democracy needs me.
Requesting air support.
Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Throwing supply beacon.
Calling
Heavy.
in orbital
Southeast.
strike.
Close.
Bot outpost.
Tagging map. South. Far.
Super Earth's finest back in action.
Calling in reinforcements.
Drop ships. Sending in an eagle.
Coming in hot. Now that's what I call liberty.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting orbital strike.
Firing orbital strike.
Requesting air support.
Orbital inbound.
I need stems. How about a nice cup of liberty? Requesting air support. Cannot liberate effectively with injured arm. Changing ice! Reloading! My body for Super Earth!
Found something!
Dropping a pin. Left, 100 meters.
Orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Calling down a support weapon. Orbital inbound.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
Drop ships!
Tagging map. Northeast, 200 meters.
Found something.
Marking location. Cancel that. East.
Bot fabricator. East, 100 meters. Sending in an eagle.
Dropping a pin. South, 200 meters.
Requesting orbital strike.
Extraction is available.
Drop ships.
Found something!
Requesting air support.
Sending in an eagle!
Administering freedom. Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly. Now that's what I call liberty.
Tagging map. Southwest, 200 meters.
Things have been pretty chill, and we've got time if you guys want to look for super samples.
Found something!
I don't mind.
orbital strike!
Tagging map. North. Far.
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
I think you're closer.
Calling in reinforcements!
Somehow I killed myself with
Requesting
the
air
rifle.
Nice.
Yeah, it was turning and running and it said I killed myself.
Requesting orbital!
You guys okay over there?
Yeah.
I got annihilated and I had a stratagem in my hand. I think it killed Faye.
I mean, maybe we should extract.
Point me to the enemy.
Dropping a pin. North. Far.
Got a sample.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 100 meters.
Sending in an eagle.
Democracy's on its way.
Fire in the hole! Requesting air support. For prosperity!
Something!
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Oh, there's a double door over here, Faye, if you want to help
Found the super sample.
Nice.
Say hello to democracy!
Found something!
Maybe not.
I've got this one.
Interesting.
Tagging map. Northeast, 200 meters. Rare sample acquired.
It's the shitty rock, but there's no super samples.
There's two variations of shitty rock now.
Oh, okay.
Also, sometimes the shitty rock is a fake
Calling
out,
in an eagle.
as evident by the fact you just didn't find any.
Yeah!
Found something! Dropships!
400 meters.
Guys, I think that was one that we were already at.
You may proceed to extraction when
If it's a gem icon, then there's still samples there.
I mean, yeah, but
I mean, I need rares more than like supers. It's just finding the supers gives us a stopping point.
that's true.
Like, I'm not over here saying like, oh, we should get every sample. I'm like, that's not gonna happen. At best, I'll get like half the samples.
My regular goal is anything over half.
I mean, we might be there. I dropped a bunch at the extract. Well, a bunch. I dropped whatever I had at the time.
Tagging map. North.
Requesting
300
orbital
meters.
strike.
Firing orbital strike. You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Found something.
You know, I realized we didn't do a radar.
What do you mean?
We never we didn't have the radar objective, so these are only POIs that we found.
Yep.
Injury? What injury?
Alright, I picked up what I had at the extract. We technically have over half, so...
Alright.
Don't we just call it in?
Yeah.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound. ETA T-minus 1
Fahey, you
minute, 30
might want to
seconds.
move.
Tagging location. East.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Marking location. Southwest. Cancel that.
30 seconds.
Throwing supply beacon. Requesting advanced
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Orbital inbound.
Requesting orbital strike.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Sending in an eagle.
Orbital.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you carved another foothold in a long climb to liberty.
Mission accomplished, Helldiver. One small step for democracy. One giant leap in the death count of our enemies.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Hellpod launch initiated. Objective located. North. Calling down a support weapon.
Sending down support weapon.
Aircraft.
He crashed.
No. Aircraft. Gunship.
Oh, aircraft.
Tagging map. East, 200 meters. Calling in an eagle.
No pain, no freedom.
Let's say I just got the arc thrower upgrade, so I was gonna test to see if it actually works.
Okay.
So aircraft is all you, baby.
There's something
Unless
here.
I steal an autocannon.
Orbital incoming.
Objective located. Southeast. Requesting orbital. Dropships! Requesting air support!
Sending in an eagle.
You got it.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Ah! Throwing grenade!
Animal, you got it.
Yep.
Calling in reinforcements!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Requesting orbital strike!
Tagging map. West, 200 meters. Found something! Requesting air support. Delivering payload. Marking location. Never mind. Bomb fabricator, northwest.
It's gunships.
Yep.
Working on it, or...
I was working on
Calling
it.
in reinforcements.
Me and the gunship killed each other.
Orbital inbound.
Orbital inbound!
I want the record to show that I just crawled through the 380.
Slide by! For super hurt!
Just show what?
I want the record to show that I just crawled through your 380.
I mean, I thought you threw a 380 on top of my 380.
Nope.
Heavy. East. Close. Calling in orbital strike.
Reinforcing!
Reinforcing.
As soon as I got close, I got shot down by a gunship.
Keep getting killed by a stupid cannon over here.
To the enemy.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Calling in orbital strike.
Firing orbital strike.
Calling in orbital strike!
Sending in an eagle. Calling in a hell bomb. Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Engaging terminal. Hell bomb arm. Clear the area. Calling in reinforcements.
Gunship blew me into grenades. Oh my god, or mine.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. Far.
Well, unless there's a second factory, we shouldn't be running into more to destroy this batch.
No, there's one more gunship tower thing.
Well, fuck this game.
Yeah, pretty sure there's two.
Found something.
are some homing rockets.
Yeah, very good rockets.
Helldive.
So the supplies around this blown up tank.
Calling down a support weapon.
You guys want some more ammo and sticks? I called it on top of the tank, hoping it would kill it, and it does not.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Calling in reinforcements.
These fucking gunshots.
Tagging location. East.
I say, is your autocannon not cooled down?
No, I just haven't had the chance to shoot them before I'm like
Requesting orbital strike.
I'm being hunted.
Do you ever play the game Sir, You Are Being Hunted?
No. Is it good?
It's okay.
Requesting orbital.
Dropping a pin. North, 200 meters.
Bot fabricator. East. 50 meters. Requesting air support.
Found something.
Requesting orbital strike.
Firing orbital strike.
Requesting air support.
Here comes the cavalry.
For prosperity.
Requesting orbital strike.
Out of stims. Calling down supplies. Must defend prosperity. How about a nice cup of liberty? Northeast. Sending in an eagle. Tagging location. Southeast. Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Boom! Target down!
Democracy needs me! Freedom never rests!
Me and the fucking gunship killed each other again. Animal, can you throw me in when you get done with that?
I'm on it! Reinforcing!
Thanks.
I got the terminal!
Mission map updated.
Animal, you gotta throw a second one.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Nah, you got me.
Democracy has landed.
I was just playing a little bit too much with cannon turrets. I was baiting them into the shooting fabricators from me.
Ah.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
And the game told you it knocked off?
I mean, I got like 3 that way, and then the 4th one didn't work out.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Sending in an eagle!
It's just one of those bases that's like, it's easier to approach it from the direction that you can't shoot all the stuff from, but the cannon tower can shoot them totally, so.
Nice.
Calling down a support weapon.
Dropping a pin. South. 300 meters.
Requesting air support.
Attack underway. resupply.
Calling in a hell bomb. I got the terminal. Hell bomb armed. Clear the area. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Democracy has landed. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting orbital.
Hey.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Once we finish the main objective, can we just extract? I'm supposed to technically leave in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Eagles back from the nest.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Calling down objective equipment. Package acquired. Dropping package. I'm on the terminal. Tagging map. Southeast. Far. I'll handle the terminal.
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide your safe extraction.
I might have found the super samples.
Nice.
Calling in orbital strike.
Rare sample acquired.
Oh my god.
Dropships.
Reinforcing.
Hey, he got his samples?
Throwing grenade.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him.
Alright.
Liberty, save me!
How about a night?
I just pushed myself through a barricade by throwing a grenade close enough to knock me back.
Nice.
And that's how I got through the bush so I could climb over.
Extraction request confirmed.
I mean, I know that people push themselves through stuff with rock, paper, scissors.
Oh.
Eat this!
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
You got him.
Damn, that was a lot of automatons.
Kaiser.
What?
You got him.
Got what?
Reinforcement.
Call me in.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Dropships! Orbital inbound! Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Requesting orbital!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
How far away am I?
ETA
Not
T-minus
far.
10 seconds.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Close. I'll take it. Calling in orbital strike.
Grenade!
Calling in orbital strike. Reinforcing.
Democracy has landed!
You guys ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You have maintained our way of flight.
don't know if those automatons were ever technically alive.
Alright, take care.
But they're definitely dead now.
Bye.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.